My sister was 26 at the time of this experience. It was a beautiful sunny day, and she was going to visit her horses at the local stable in the mountains. The road to get there is windy, and it goes for about 10 minutes with a cliff on one side and a ravine on the other. As she turned a blind corner, she saw a woman in a van driving in the correct lane. And passing the lady in the minivan, entering my sister's lane head-on, was a man in a pink Corvette. My sister had mere seconds before the car hit her. It was a cliff on one side, so she didn't want to go over, and there was a mountain on the other side. She didn't want to kill the lady in the minivan, which she thought she would have if she turned into the mountainside. My sister was driving a Volvo and thought maybe she might live since they're very good in head-on accidents. So she slammed on her brakes and looked the guy in the eyes, and she closed her eyes just as his car was about to hit her. She said her whole life flashed before her eyes, but then she kept breathing, so she opened them. The man was gone. She screeched to a halt shortly thereafter, turned and saw the lady in the minivan had stopped. The woman had motioned and called out to her to drive back and meet at the turnout. When she turned her car around at the next turnabout, she was shaken badly, but she made it back over to the woman in the minivan. The woman had a small girl in the seat next to her. The woman driving said the guy in the Corvette had been tailgating her down the mountain the whole time. She'd pulled over several times to let him pass her, but each time he'd not passed. It's like he waited for my sister to pass illegally. The woman kept her eyes open, thinking she was going to have to report a fatality to the police. She said the guy just literally disappeared, along with his car. The little girl in the car was very insistent, asking, "Mommy, where did the strange man go?" This happened a few days after my sister had asked God to prove his or her existence to her. I find the timing on that experience very interesting, and my sister is still faithful to this day. Also of interest, the mountain upon which this happened, Mount Umanu in San Jose, is known to all of the local Native American tribes as a sacred mountain. There have been numerous spiritual experiences there that people can't explain. This happened in January of 2019. My stepdad had been in our family for 30 years before he was diagnosed with cancer. He never had any biological children, but he had me and my sister, and we couldn't have asked for a better stepdad or granddad to our children. I was with him when he was diagnosed, and with him at all of his treatments. From the very beginning, there was no question of who would take care of him. It was going to be me. He and my mother were split up at the time, and it just seemed natural that I would be the one to do so because of how close we were. And honestly, I considered it an honor. Unfortunately, his prognosis was not very good, and they gave him less than a year to live. He barely made it to 6 months after his diagnosis. He was in a hospital the last 6 days of his life. He had a DNR, and as hard as it was, I didn't argue with him about it. 2 days before he passed, he was in and out of consciousness and was barely able to talk. His last night, he was able to communicate that he really wanted me to go home and check on the dogs. This was just after 3 a.m. I told him I would do that, and that I would be right back. He gave me a smile and nodded. It took 20 minutes for me to get home, and 10 minutes after walking through the door, the hospital called and said that he had passed. I felt so guilty for leaving until I thought he knew there was already somebody with the dogs, but he insisted I go check on them. Perhaps he didn't want me there at the time. I don't know. I still don't know. Now, what I do know is that the morning after he passed, I had a missed call from his phone, which had been in my purse the whole time he was in the hospital. The call was made at 3:47 a.m., and the voicemail that he left said, "Thank you for everything, sweetheart. I love you." That message was left in my stepdad's perfect, loving voice, not the raspy, out-of-breath, strained voice he'd had moments before he died. Some people have said that it may have been an old message that I just received that morning, but either way, I thought it was amazing. Around 2008, 2009, when I was 13 or 14, I'd just started a new habit of staying up very late. I'd sit in my room with the clock radio playing some tunes while I sat in bed doodling all night. I can't pinpoint exactly when it started, but one of those nights, my radio began making this jacked up noise. Like a distorted, terrible noise over the faint sound of music struggling to be heard. I immediately hated it, but changing the station did nothing. This went on for a few minutes and just stopped. I quickly shrugged it off. And then it kept happening, every night. For a few minutes, the radio would just go nuts. If I wasn't being lazy, I'd get up and turn it down for a while. Most nights, regardless of how much it bothered me, I'd usually just suffer through it. It occurred to me that it seemed to always happen around the same time, so I curiously paid attention one evening. At 3:30 exactly, on this little clock, it started, and it didn't stop until it turned 3:34. So for a solid 3 minutes, this would go on. I was aware that there was some sort of significance to 3 a.m., and though I wasn't the type of person to believe in that kind of thing, still, it made me feel really uneasy. It felt so intentional. So I paid attention more nights. Every single night, 3:30 to 3:34, it happened. I tried telling my family. No one believed me or bothered to listen to my off-putting rants. You know how in horror movies, the adults, they never listen to the kids blatantly calling things out. You ever thought that was unrealistic? Well, it isn't. Everyone else in my house was asleep by 3 a.m. Until finally one night, my older brother and his best friend were awake, long enough for me to convince one of them, the friend, to please come check this out. He acknowledged the strange sound and literally said, "I'm not fucking with that," and left. I started just turning the radio off and hanging out in the game room, but every time 3:30 rolled around, I was on edge. One night, once again alone, I was sitting at the desktop computer, trolling, whatever, when I hear what sounds like an avalanche falling in my kitchen right below me. The game room was upstairs and overlooked the living room, which connected to the kitchen. Completely open space. I heard what I assumed was every pot and pan in our kitchen simultaneously falling out of the cabinets. My first assumption was our cat was up to no good and knocked something over. But as I descended down the stairs in the pitch-black abyss of the ground floor, I thought, what if someone's breaking in? I run to switch on the light, but nothing. No cat, no pans, no mess. Everything's perfectly fine. I was so confused. I even looked around to make sure, but I had zero explanation. And I know for a fact the kitchen was the source of the noise. The last minor thing I can recall, but not the last thing. This was an incident where I was on the phone with my best friend, and mid-call, the phone went absolutely nuts. The call cut out and just screeched and gargled. I can't quite describe it, but I've never stared at something in pure terror like that before. It was a landline, and it's not like something similar hasn't occurred, but this was different. Just awful. I didn't even call her back. I just left, walked down the street to her house. Fuck this shit. Finally, the kitchen again. It's a Saturday evening, and previously mentioned best friend was over at my place. My mom was on a date. It's probably important to mention my dad had died in 2007. Well, it was around 7 or 8 p.m. We're making snacks when we hear my mom's car pull up. Keep in mind, we've been hanging out in the kitchen for at least 20 minutes, and we had light-colored floors. We go to meet them at the door. We're all headed back to the kitchen, my best friend and I highly anticipating the leftovers we're about to steal. Upon entering the kitchen, we all noticed spots of blood on the floor. 20 or so nickel-sized spots of blood, sporadically on the ground, all contained around the general area in front of the stove. My mom, being a mom, says, "Check your feet. It looks like one of you are bleeding." My friend was still in her socks. No blood. I check my feet, perfectly unbothered. My mom looks for the cat, asleep on the couch. Probably hadn't moved for hours. We couldn't find the source. We even looked at the ceiling, just in case. My mom's boyfriend wiped some up on a paper towel and sniffed it. "This is definitely blood," he said. Mom just cleaned it up. She even made some remark about how we were probably just trying to scare them. To this day, my friend, whom I'm still very close with, brings it up like, "Yo, you remember that time there was blood all over your kitchen? Like, seriously, what the fuck was that? Your house was haunted, dude." On top of these things, I just felt awful. I was already depressed, dead dad and shit. I started having terrible, vivid nightmares almost every night. I no longer slept in my bed. I created a sort of safe haven in my closet. After everyone went to bed for the night, I was always on edge. Another night of me snuggled up in my closet, I was listening to my radio and time somehow escaped me. The radio did its thing and I was done. I felt terrorized, targeted, afraid. I just started crying. I hated it. Whatever it was, I just absolutely despised it. I begged it to stop. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it was along the lines of, "Stop, stop, stop, please stop, for fuck's sake, leave me alone, please." And it did. 3:32. I'll never forget it. Radio went back to singing clearly. If anything strange happened after that, I didn't bother noticing. A while later, when my mom was in her messier stage of grieving, after distracting herself with dating and work had failed, she was drinking herself to death on the couch again and brought up the blood in the kitchen to me. "You remember when we saw all that blood in the kitchen? You know what that reminded me of? Your dad. When he was almost gone and the diabetes was taking him, his feet would split and bleed, and I'd have to clean up all the little spots of blood that he'd leave behind. Oh, what a terrible time for us." This requires a little backstory. When I was born, it was just me and my mom, and because of this, I became quite clingy. She was the only one that I had and the only person that I really knew. and I developed extreme separation anxiety whenever I wasn't around her. So in order to sleep in my own room, I needed her to come in and say goodnight, and often I would sneak into her room in the middle of the night and sleep there. Every night I would yell for her to come into my room, and she would sit on the edge of my bed, reassure me that I was safe, turn off the lamp next to my bed, and close the door, leaving it just cracked enough where a little bit of light would shine through from the hallway. Her bedroom was quite literally across the hallway from mine, so when I would wake up in the middle of the night, scared, I'd slowly creak open my door and easily walk over to her room. I'd always know she was there because her door was cracked the same way mine was. When I was around 3 years old, she got remarried, which meant I couldn't sneak into her room quite as often. So her coming in and saying goodnight was a crucial part of me being able to sleep. I remember this night so clearly. I was around 4 or 5 years old. I get into bed, my lamp is on, and my door is wide open. I yell for my mom like I did every night, and no response. This wasn't necessarily unusual because sometimes she'd be in a different part of the house and I'd just have to yell a few more times before she could hear me. I yell and yell, but she never comes, and I start to become quite anxious. I remember my mind racing with fear. I thought something terrible must have happened for her to not hear me yelling for her. But I just kept yelling, "Mom? Mama?" I just kept yelling, and I began to cry when all of a sudden I see this woman enter my doorway. This woman was very misty, almost like a cloud. And all of a sudden, this comfort feeling fell over me, and I stopped crying. She stood in my doorway and smiled at me, then began waving her hand, motioning for me to come into the hallway. I then saw her slowly disappear. I got up and walked into the hallway, and she was gone. I see my mom's door wide open and no one inside. I then started to hear noise coming from the basement, which I couldn't hear from inside my room. I walk down to the basement and I see my mom and her husband watching a movie a little too loud, and when they see me, they pause it, and I can see my mom realize that she hadn't said goodnight yet. She then brings me upstairs and puts me to bed. I never really told anyone about this, but it's always something I remembered because of how she smiled at me, made me feel less scared. It was almost as if she was trying to tell me that my mom was fine, she just couldn't hear me. It's also something I learned from a young age that not all ghosts are scary or out to harm you. I've always appreciated that thought. Once, when I was little, my mom had become furious with assumed dishonesty. She didn't believe my excuse in regards to how my sliding closet door had been bent off the hinges. My adolescent linguistics were unable to clearly explain in detail what had actually happened before she let her anger get the best of her. My mother was of a generation where physical abuse amongst one another was socially acceptable. So was my father, but he was at work that day, and I'm sure my mom subconsciously used me to regain her sense of power. But psychology and philosophy aside, I was honest when I had told her what had happened. The night before, my imaginary friends were making scary faces at me while they sat inside the closet. I told them to stop, but they would just laugh at me and change into even scarier faces. So I got out of bed and I closed the closet door, and then I locked it. When I woke up, it was like that, totally bent off the hinges. If my mom would have investigated my claims more, she would have noticed that the latch was still locked on the closet, and the metal frame was bent out. To come to the conclusion she did, I would have had to climb up to the top of the closet door, shimmy to the corner, and then generate enough swing with my little body to have the frame bend out in a way that it did. I was a very quiet child. I would have never risked making a racket like this, in fear of the beating I inevitably received. She thought she was doing me a favor by taking the sliding doors out and bringing them to the garage before my dad got home to see. She'd lie and say it allowed more access to the stuff in my closet. My dad bought it and didn't ask questions when he saw the thin bent doors in the garage. That wasn't the first beating I'd received for something I hadn't done. I think my imaginary friends took joy in watching my misery. Even at that young age, I began to realize this isn't how friends treat each other. When they first presented themselves, they were nice, then progressively started getting me into more and more trouble. Black crayons scribbled on the wall, reaching taller than my arms could stretch. Spilled cup of juice and phantom noises after bedtime. These would all result in swift discipline from my parental units. My imaginary friends even advised me that my mom was pregnant before she had known. And that's around the time they originally started showing up, telling me that they were waiting for the baby to be born. Hearing that then didn't give me chills like recounting it as an adult does. 3 children, 2 girls, and 1 boy. Looking at them was like viewing someone through frosted glass. Opaque grays muted in different shades, giving construct to their features, and they moved like morning fog. When my brother was born, the entities no longer visited me. I never saw them again. I was grateful not having to worry about their antics getting me into trouble anymore. But at times when I'd feel lonely, I'd miss their company. My mom's in so much denial about her parenting skills. She denies most of the events even took place that she'd punish me for. I have no resolution past what's unfolded. I was too young to really take everything from this event that I would need to compile its meaning. I just know I saw the foggy kids, and for a while, I thought they were magic. Throughout my life, I've had many encounters with ghosts. This is the story of the first time that I can recall. I was 12, maybe 13. Currently, I'm 24, but I remember this like it was yesterday. My mom bought a new house. She was hoping for a fresh start. The house needed some cosmetic work, but otherwise, it was really nice. It was a nice size, 3-bedroom, perfect for us, and it had a big fenced yard, so we could finally get a dog. Once we moved in, things seemed great. Never noticed anything too weird. I guess that's how these stories always start. I don't remember exactly when this started, but I remember how. Every morning I would wake up to find my closet door open. I didn't think too much of it. My sister was 6 at the time, and she was always getting into my stuff. And then I started having weird dreams of a shadow man that stood in my closet. I knew that he was watching me, but I was too scared to move or say anything. This kept happening every night. It was affecting my sleep so much that I was falling asleep in class. My mom asked what was going on, and I explained my dreams. At first, she brushed it off as a recurring nightmare. One day, I got this bright idea to bring all of my heavy school books home and put them in front of my closet door, thinking that this would stop this creep from watching me. The next morning, I woke up in horror to see that my book bag, with my history, biology, and English textbooks in it, had been pushed aside and the door open. Now I knew this was real. I told my mom everything, and she decided to do some digging online about the house. Like, why didn't she do this before we bought the place? Well, she couldn't find anything. So she went around to the neighbors and asked if anyone knew anything about the house. They told her that a drug dealer used to live in the house and that they were murdered, apparently stabbed multiple times. Honestly, I don't know how my mom felt, but she put on a tough front and she figured out a way to cleanse the house. Well, the story doesn't end here. The last time that he appeared to me was probably the most terrifying. One night, trying to fall asleep, I heard the door creak open, and stupidly, I looked. I saw the man again, but this time, I saw his face. He was a heavier-set guy with a bald head. He had dark-colored eyes and a blank look on his face, kind of sad-looking. He had a tattoo on his neck, and he was probably in his 40s. I can still picture him, clear as day. That night, I ran to my little sister's room, and I slept on her floor. The next day, we were playing outside when a car that I didn't recognize pulled into our driveway. My mom came out concerned about this stranger stealing her girls when a young girl hopped out. She had to have been 17 or 18. Her and my mom talked for a while, and then my mom called me over. The girl explained that she used to live here and that it was her dad who was killed in the house. In fact, she was in the house when it happened, along with both of her grandparents. She told us that her dad had decided to quit dealing drugs so that he could be better for his daughter. Then one day, a guy who was looking for some drugs, he came by. He didn't like that he couldn't get any there. They broke out into a fight when her dad tried to make him leave. And well, he died protecting his family. After I heard that, I became overwhelmed with emotion. This was a lot for a young teen to take in. My mom asked me if I could explain to her what I'd seen. So I did, and as I described his face, this girl started to cry. She said, "That's my dad." I was so confused and honestly kind of scared. She pulled out a picture and she showed me. Sure enough, her dad was the ghost in my closet. My mom let her walk through the house one last time. After that day, I never saw him again. No dreams, and my closet never opened on its own again. Honestly, I think he thought I was his daughter. When she came and walked through the house, he must have gotten some kind of closure and moved on. I hope he did at least. I'm not necessarily a believer in the paranormal, but I also think that there's a whole lot we just don't know. So I fully acknowledge that ghosts could very well exist, even if I've not personally seen one. My uncle got remarried about 20 years ago. In 2005, his wife's grandmother passed away, and they ended up buying and moving into her house. They've lived there for over 15 years now. It's an older house built in the 60s by her grandma and grandpa. It has a really steep set of stairs in the living room that lead to the upstairs, which is basically just a large open space. It used to be used for bedrooms when family would come visit, but once my uncle bought it, they just started using it as storage. Nothing odd ever happened until they remodeled about 5 years ago. They added a new master bedroom and changed the layout of the smallest bedroom and existing bathroom to create a laundry room. So what used to be a bedroom is now a small laundry room, and the other half of it is now part of a larger bathroom. Not long after the remodel, my oldest cousin from my uncle's first marriage was spending the night. He was sleeping on the couch when he said he woke up to see an old lady walking down the stairs and into the laundry room. Needless to say, he freaked out. He thought someone was in the house, so he jumped up and ran into the laundry room, but there was nobody there. He literally opened everyone's bedroom doors in the bathroom and peeked in just to make sure that this lady hadn't gone into another room. He convinced himself that it was a dream and eventually went back to sleep. He told my uncle about it the next day, and my uncle too assumed that it was a dream. Fast forward to 2020, about 2-ish years after my cousin saw the old lady. My uncle was sleeping on the couch because my aunt wasn't feeling well. Since it was the early stages of the pandemic, she'd kind of quarantined herself in the bedroom until she could see if it was a normal bug or COVID. My uncle said that he turned off the TV. It was about 11-ish. He was trying to fall asleep when he heard the stairs creak. There are a couple of steps at the top that kind of pop when you step on them. He said that he got up because nobody should be awake, and certainly not upstairs. He turned the light on and looked up. Nobody was there, but he said he could hear footsteps going toward the laundry room. He went and checked. Nobody was there. He checked in on my cousins. They have 2 younger kids who still live at home. Both of them were asleep. He didn't know what to make of it, so he just went back to bed. The next night, he again was on the couch, and again he heard someone on the stairs, and he heard them going into the laundry room. He finally told my aunt about it. Her grandmother's bedroom at the end of her life was the small one beside the bathroom, the one that they had remodeled into a laundry room and a bigger bathroom. My uncle thinks that by reconfiguring that section of the house, they stirred something up. My aunt refuses to believe it, even though she's heard the footsteps herself. Oddly enough, though, her mother 100% believes that it's her mother's ghost, checking on things. She said she was very much set in her ways and hated anything to be changed in her house. I've never heard the footsteps myself, but my uncle's definitely not the hysterical, imaginative sort. He's very matter-of-fact. He's a heavy equipment mechanic and just very much the only believe what you can see with your own eyes type. He's the sort that doesn't like scary movies because they're nonsense. So, if he says he hears footsteps on the stairs and down the hall, then he hears them. In 2017, I went on holiday to Samoa with my family and my girlfriend. We were staying at my auntie's house, which is a combination of a Samoan fale and a normal house. Anyways, late one morning, around 2 or 3, my girlfriend woke me up to take her to the bathroom. The toilet was down a long hallway around the corner from my room. At the end of the hallway, on the left, was a toilet room. On the back wall of the hallway was the wash sink. And then on the right side of the wall, a mirror. What made this hallway even more creepy was the white light above the sink. So I'm waiting outside the door while my girlfriend is in the bathroom. She finishes and then goes back to the room. I go in, do my business, come back into the hallway to wash my hands at the sink. While I'm washing, I look to my right and I glance into the mirror. As I turn around to walk back down the hallway, about 5 feet in front of me is a lady. I only managed to see her for a split second before she disappeared, but I swear the image of her is still stuck in my head. This lady was wearing a white sleeping gown. She had pale arms and legs, frizzy black hair that covered her face. I jolted up and I banged my hand against the wall. Goosebumps ran all over my body and my heart was pounding. I knew I had to walk through the place that she was just standing. So quickly, I dashed back to my room. Being back in my room, I've never jumped into the sheets so quickly. My girlfriend asked me what the banging sound was. I told her, I saw a ghost. I saw a ghost. My heart was thumping so hard and loud that she was actually concerned I was going to have a heart attack. And I'm a pretty healthy guy. She managed to calm me down, and she told me it's just the heat. It wasn't real. For the next 5 minutes, I'm in bed trying to reclaim my thoughts if what I saw was real or just a figment of my imagination. Right after that episode, I see my mom and dad walk past my room, going towards the toilet. My dad looked like he had a nightmare or something. At the time, I didn't think anything of it, until the next day. Bright and sunny morning, my family are all eating breakfast together at the table, and I tell them about the ghost I saw. All of my cousins, aunties, and uncles are all mocking me, saying, nah, you're just seeing things. Ghosts aren't real, all of that jazz. However, I noticed my dad wasn't saying anything. After breakfast, we're getting ready to head out for the day. My dad pulls me aside. He said, "Did you really see a ghost last night?" And I said, "Yeah, why would I lie?" To which my dad replied, "I believe you." Confused, I asked him, "Why do you believe me?" His reply shocked me to my core. "Because, son, I saw 3 black shadows standing at the end of my bed." I was never a big believer in ghosts until this day. Sometimes I still contemplate if what I saw was real. Every now and again, I ask my dad if he actually did see a ghost or 3 ghosts, just to make sure I'm not crazy. I had this story on my mind a lot. I just wanted to get it out there. But if there's questions, I'll try to answer them the best I can. Cheers. This summer, I had the opportunity to intern for a little record studio in town. I'm currently going to art school for sound design. This internship, it's a really good way for me to get some experience under my belt, actually working in a studio, hands-on. I've been able to work nights with my mentor. His name is John. He's been working in the record business since the late 70s. Really great guy. My first project was assisting with a local metal band. They were recording a 3-song EP. Drum tracks go first, and the next night we have the rhythm guitarist and the bass player lay down their licks. Bass goes first, then rhythm. Rhythm guitarist's name is Ace, and I guess this story's really about him. Anyway, they're both proficient when hitting these tracks, and we wrap up the night early. When they're all done loading their gear back into their cars, we all listen to the playthroughs and put them on the big speakers. It all sounds fat, and so they dip out. John and I now get down to the panning and mixing of these tracks. He goes back and forth between headphone listens and speaker listens while I slowly break down the mics and roll up the chords. All while he's trying to explain to me what he's doing on Pro Tools. We go through bass fast, and he decides to sit me in front of the big screen monitors and mix one of the rhythm guitar tracks. I put on my headphones, and he watches over my shoulder as I try to emulate what I saw him doing earlier. As I dialed in the EQ, I began to hear something in the higher frequencies that I couldn't seem to cut out of the mix. John's sitting right behind me, so I take off my headphones and I ask him what he thinks it is. He puts them on, and as I play the clip back, I see him get a confused look on his face too. We play it on the big speakers, and the sound is still audible over the raw guitar track. The sound isn't a fuzz or a reverb issue, although that's how I originally tried to troubleshoot the issue. But replaying the track with the effects muted, it yielded the same results. A woman's voice in a thick Spanish accent saying, "Alexander." You can only hear it clearly in one of the guitar's chugging patterns, but that's obviously enough to make the track unusable. We mic up the amp in a small, soundproof room next to where the guitarist lays down takes. I don't think I have to say this, but I will, just in case anyone asks if there was a woman standing next to the microphone in the amp booth. There wasn't. And no amount of fucking with the mix could cut it. Next day, the lead guitarist shows up and we start recording. The rest of the band shows up later through the night, and John tells the rhythm guitarist that he's going to need him to redo a couple of takes. A couple of jokes are thrown his way amongst the band members, but John sits everyone down and has them listen to the weird sound in the take we recorded last night. We play the clip, and all except the rhythm guitarist and drummer are joking about the strange voice in the audio. The drummer says, "That sounded like Cassidy, homie." The other members get quiet, and from my position in the back, I can see the rhythm guitarist's eyes start to tear up before he says, "I'll be right back," and exits the studio. The drummer follows after him, and it's just the other members, John and I, sitting in the quiet studio, as if Ace took the air with him on his departure. We all just sit there until John goes, "So, who's Cassidy?" Lead singer tells us that Cassidy was Ace's wife and that his real name is Alexander. She died of a brain tumor a couple of years ago when they lived in Houston. Really sad shit. Drummer comes in and gathers his and Ace's stuff and says that they're gonna head out. The rest of the band all filter out, and then it's just John and I sitting in the studio. I almost asked him if he could play the clip for me one more time so I could record it on my phone the best I could, but I chickened out. I thought it would be weird if he wasn't down for that, so I guess no one has to hear a man's deceased wife to know that I did. So I just let it be. I went back to the studio a few times after that this summer. Nothing crazy happened. Different artists filtered through, but their tracks were fine. So I'm inclined to think that it's what people would call an EVP. And in that case, rest in peace, Ace's wife, Cassidy. And thanks everyone for listening. When I was in elementary school, I had an experience that I believe was paranormal. My family has since moved, and we've lived in Puyallup for over 15 years, but this was when my family still lived in Steilacoom in Washington. My school was pretty old. I think at one point it was smaller, but they built onto it a little bit. Either way, the area where we had library, it was the front office and the gym, it was the oldest part of the school. Our class would do library once a week, which was always a drag because it was my favorite part of school. I loved reading, and basically everything else in school was hard, including making friends. It wasn't like I was actively trying or that I wanted a lot of friends. I just kind of wanted people to leave me alone. Being a target sucks. Why was I a target? It was likely due to the fact that I was traditionally different than most of the kids. Symbrachydactyly, a congenital hand disorder that one, such as me, is born with. If you haven't Googled it already, it means one of my hands, my left, is smaller and underdeveloped in comparison to the right. An over-exaggerated example of this, but subjectively funny, would be Scary Movie 2. It's okay. You can feel uncomfortable, or you can laugh. I'm funny now. Anyway, the library. I loved free reading time. I had a perfectly hidden nook that I quite enjoyed tucking myself into as I read the latest installment of Magic Treehouse. I'd chosen this spot because a specific classmate had taken a liking to messing with me when I sat in the general circle area or at any of the tables. You know, he was one of those kids that either didn't know how to read or just didn't like to. As a child, I was smart enough to know that adults should be doing something to help me, to stop this, but I also wasn't going to do anything about it. I wasn't going to tattle or make a scene. It never worked out for other kids. I'd seen it time and time again fail for others, so the nook, that was my solution. And just for a moment, I'd like to talk about this nook more specifically. Before this event that I'm about to get into, I'd always felt really welcome in this corner of the library. In fact, if I'm really honest with myself, from the moment I found the nook, it felt like I was led there by something. I read a lot of fantastical books and I had a big imagination, so it didn't seem so strange to me that maybe there was some sort of invisible friend here, perhaps an alien. I was a big fan of E.T. I recall a carving on the inside of the nook. C.L. was here. I wasn't rebellious enough to carve my own initials, but I admired this C.L. I remember one time while in the nook, I was sort of sitting with my feet hanging out instead of tucked into my chest like I usually did. I'd heard someone walking in my direction, but before I actually heard the footsteps, a small voice, one that wasn't my own, said clearly, "The mean one, he's coming this way." Instinctually, I tucked my legs in, and then I heard the footsteps. Sure enough, it was the mean one, running past the nook, and then past it one last time on his way back. Maybe this type of thing only happens the one time, and that's why I can recall this example, but it really sits in my mind as if this kind of thing happened several times. Well, one day, I found myself in a predicament. I was leaving the nook. I must have missed all of the silent or not so silent cues. I heard the familiar sound of that kid's awful voice. "Are you hiding in the walls? You really are a weirdo, aren't you?" He didn't even have his crew with him, just the mean kid, coming to remind me how strange he thinks I am. Instead of letting me walk past him, he puts a finger to my chest. He had a few inches on me, so as I look up at him, he's staring down. "No, you stay in the wall, weirdo." I went to move his finger with my hands, and he dramatically exclaimed out loud, "Ew, don't touch me with your weird hand." But he doesn't budge, his fingers still pressed on my chest. Then I hear something, crystal clear in my right ear. "Back up, watch this." Listening, I step back slowly. Clearly this kid thought that I was indeed going to go back into the wall. But no, I was just following instructions. I was going to watch. He gets real stiff and he asks me, "What? What'd you say?" I tell him, "What? I didn't say anything. What did you hear?" He doesn't answer me. Instead, he almost looks like he's gonna cry. He shouts at me that it's not funny. I just turn and I look confused. He jolts his body, looking behind him now. This time, asking me while turned around, "Hey, how are you doing that?" I don't say anything. I truly don't know what's happening, but I have to assume that this is what I was to watch for. He looks back at me. He's angry, or is he scared? He's about to say something when I watch as a book is pushed from the shelf and onto his head. He's shocked because he knows that I didn't do it. Then, another book, and another. 3 different books pushed from the shelf and onto this kid. I almost laugh, but I hold my tongue and I cover my mouth. If he was angry before, he was absolutely terrified now. Without a word, he starts to well up in tears, taking off in the opposite direction. After just a few moments, I slowly pick up the books and I start putting them back on the shelf, whispering a sort of thank you before walking off. Honestly, it worked. I wasn't bothered the rest of the year, and the next year was middle school, a whole different ballgame. I do wish that I could have spoken to that kid afterwards, but in some sort of weird role reversal, he was now afraid of me. So even though I'll never know exactly what was said to the kid, I'll always be grateful for the spirit that resided in that library. I have to assume that's what it was anyway. Perhaps it was the infamous CL from the Nook, or an old librarian. I don't know. All I know is it wasn't something that followed me, because I've never felt or seen anything like it since. I used to watch my mom get ready in the mornings. I would sit behind her on the bed, and I'd watch her put on her makeup, take the curlers out of her hair, smiling at me through the mirror. But my favorite part was at the very end. It's when she would let me get a tiny spritz of her perfume. I'd stand next to her, close my eyes, and I'd feel a tiny mist of cold perfume touch my shoulders or arms. I did this for as long as I could remember. Maybe when I was finally doing makeup on my own, I stopped, but I would sneak into her room and use a spritz of her perfume. I lost my mom in 1994, when I was just 16. That's a horrible time for a girl to lose her mother, people would say. But honestly, I couldn't think of a good time to lose your mother, so I wasn't sure what those people knew anyway. For several years after my mom passed away, I would talk to her. To be honest, I never felt like she was with me. I never felt that thing that others feel. That feeling that someone is with you, watching over you. I thought, that's just bullshit they tell you because no one knows how to deal with the idea of someone being dead. People can't deal with death. So, I stuck with that for a very long time. I think in some ways it helped me cope. In other ways, I felt entirely alone. Like when I was 18, I just bought my first car, like bought it on my own type of deal. The car that I'd been driving was my mom's, and right when I got into my new car, I watched as they moved her old car somewhere else on the lot, and I just lost it, bawled my eyes out. I know it's strange, but half of me was expecting her to just show up, that her ghost would just be there and comfort me. Of course, that didn't happen, and it felt like for a long time I didn't cry. And then I gave birth to my daughter. I cried before, during, after. These were different kind of cries, though. These were the happy kind. Still, I sort of always took inventory of big moments in my life to just see, And no, I never felt my mom's spirit or whatever. And then somewhere along the way, I just stopped taking inventory, and I sort of let it go, I guess. My daughter got married in 2019. The wedding, or leading up to it, was so emotional. My dad was sick. I thought about my mom constantly. Even the vendors started falling through. Problems left and right. I think the icing on the cake, the thing that broke my heart for my daughter, the wedding venue ended up flooding 4 weeks before the wedding. At that point, it felt like, of course it did. Well, this mishap or divine intervention, depends how you look at it, it brought us to a place that I'd never even thought about before. Not for my daughter's wedding. A place I'd been to 1,000,000 times over. My grandparents' farm, which was now owned by my uncle and his wife. My daughter had always wanted something indoors, so I was relieved when she was actually ecstatic about having the wedding there. It meant moving the wedding 1 state over, smaller guest lists, but it was beautiful. I just felt joy that my daughter felt joy. The night before the wedding, I was laying all of her things out, sitting in front of a vanity in the guest room. I was just looking at myself, at the mirror, at the room. It was my grandma and grandpa's old bedroom. Well, really, it was my grandma's. They definitely each had their own separate sleeping quarters. They were very old school like that. Sitting there, I felt nostalgia rush through my body, my mind. I felt emotional but calm. I didn't cry, but I felt like I could. I was so nervous, but I was so happy. I closed my eyes and I just sort of sat there. I thought it would be my daughter I'd envisioned, dolled up in her dress, her future husband in awe as she waltzed down the aisle. But as my eyes stayed closed, it was my mom I saw. It was me watching her get ready, her smiling. She was just getting to our favorite part, and that's when I smelled that most amazing smell, her perfume. I'd brought it because I wanted to wear it on my daughter's big day, a piece of her grandmother she never knew, you know? More than smell the perfume, I felt the perfume. It was a light dust to my shoulders, as it always was. I immediately opened my eyes, and I see nothing, but I felt it. Whatever I was searching for, that I'd stopped searching for, it was more. It was subtle, yet intense. Like that buzz that a TV gives off when it looks like it's off, but you just know it's not. You can hear it or feel it. My mom, or her energy, it was definitely in this room. For just a moment, the air, it felt like love. It was cold and warm at the same time. The little lamp next to me flickered ever so slightly, and whether I imagined it or I heard it, my name filled my ears, and it was unmistakably my mom's voice. I haven't a clue what it means about how things work. I don't have answers or anything like that, but I do understand deep in my soul what people mean when they say they could just feel something. That's real. You can't force that. I had tried to for years, and it just didn't work, you know? After the wedding, I was helping clean up and put things away. My uncle's wife and I are talking, and I bring up my experience, wanting to get her take on the whole thing. She tells me that the whole house often smells like fresh lilacs, usually spring, early summer. My grandmother used to grow lilac trees right outside the windows for this exact effect. However, those trees were removed when my uncle and her took over the farm because she's allergic to lilacs. Strange as it may be, I smelled those lilacs there too. Life is a mystery. It's practically magic, you know? Anyway, thanks for listening. When I was a little kid, I lived in a haunted house, somewhere right outside of LA. I don't remember much, but I do remember my siblings being scared of this house. We once heard my oldest brother struggling to breathe, and when we walked in, we witnessed that he had bruises around his neck, as if he was choked. We even witnessed a figure walking around the house and sitting on our couch during the night. This story is about something that stuck with me. When I was around 4, I was wandering around the house one night, and I recall hearing a noise from the vents, as if something was shuffling in there. I knew something was in there, and I yelled for it to come out. The shuffling, it got louder and louder, until the vent opens up. What came out would quite literally stick with me my entire life. It was a very pale girl with black hair that reached her back. She was crawling on the ceiling, and you know that feeling of utter fear and danger. Well, that made me start to run. I ran into my room, and it followed me. Me and my brother shared a room, and as I ran, he looked up, and he had a look of fear on his face. I remember managing to evade this thing, and I made it to my mom's room. But honestly, I don't recall it ever chasing me out of my room. I'd believe it was my crazy imagination if it wasn't for my brother, who to this day still asks me if what he saw, I saw. Since that day, however, it kind of followed me throughout my life. I'd always see it in the corner of my eye, just staring at me, from corners of rooms, always just hiding and staring. Not surprisingly enough, it's always in my times of peril or depression when I see her most. I know she feeds off the negativity in my life. She's been seen by my family member and also a friend, all while I was present. In my adult life, I've been mocked. People have even attempted to shame me a bit for my beliefs. I don't always talk about them for this reason. Not because I care what people think about me, but more because it's sort of offensive to open up about something that's personal to you, only to have someone ridicule you. But I've been feeling nostalgic lately, and this story is essentially the one that led me down this path of beliefs. Like now, I'm not ashamed to admit how awkward and unpopular I was in high school. Early 90s was the Attitude Era, and the news portrayed the normal teenage experience to be one of drugs, debauchery, and violence. My overachieving boomer parents chose to homeschool me up until grade 10. The year prior would have been my freshman year in regular school. Instead, I was still homeschooled. That year, a woman named Diane called our house while my dad was at work. My mom answered the phone, and before the call was disconnected from the wall by the cord, Diane told my mom a story about how she came to be pregnant with my father's baby. Long story short, the staff at my home school were either fired or resigned from their teaching roles, sending me to the wolves of teenage hormones and self-destructive drama. Sophomore year, I'm the new guy, and the first couple of months are incredibly lonely. Both at home and at school, I'm ignored by the ones around me. Like a phantom wandering the hallways, intrusive thoughts were my only company. Often I'd ponder how long it would take for someone to notice the sudden dip in my perfect attendance. However, afeared to discover what the answer might be, I never tested my theories. As the year continued, the people that did grace me with the attention were, in retrospect, probably kids that fostered a lot of the same internal anger I did. Unable to connect what's being taught in school with the existential lessons being taught in our respective homes, we couldn't find the value, and we started skipping school more regularly. Our parents weren't in the PTA, and all of our grades combined wouldn't have made us eligible to participate in any extracurricular activities. Therefore, the secretaries had little incentive to follow up on our whereabouts, or eventually even bother keeping track of our growing absence tallies. With our newly claimed free time, we'd fill it up by drinking and partying nightly. One of our friends, Jordan, he had an older brother who was in the military. He was deployed overseas and he'd given his brother an extra key to his place. Their father was physically abusive and his brother would let him stay when things got heavy. We took advantage of this and slowly began to call the apartment home. By winter of the next year, it was basically Jordan and I living there regularly. And whatever girls we were dating at the time, they'd usually be around too. At the time of this story, I was in a new relationship. She was at the apartment and the plan was to take her home. It was her first time there and she hadn't planned on staying over, but we got snowed in. After a bit of low-key partying, her and I had fallen asleep on the pull-out bed in the living room, watching a movie. Early the next morning, and I mean before the sun was even up, I'm shaken into consciousness by my panicked girlfriend. Her pale cheeks were stained by streaks of eyeliner from where her tears had been falling. From the looks of it, she'd been awake all night. As soon as she sees my eyes open, before I can ask what's wrong, "There's something wrong with this place, Alex. Someone's here." Without thinking much about what she's saying, I tell her, "Yeah, Jordan's here." She quiets her voice as if she's afraid of something and says, "It's not Jordan. It's a man. He was standing over us." I almost hop up out of bed, but she shushes me with one hand and reaches out for me with the other. "Please, come back to bed. Don't leave." I gave her a what the hell kind of stare. I wasn't sure what she wanted from me, but her return stare, it seemed desperate. "I think it was a ghost. Like, it was a man, but he wasn't solid." My look didn't change, but I was feeling myself getting a little frustrated. "You woke me up like this because you think you saw a ghost?" I asked her, almost annoyed. If it's not clear, I was not a believer at this time. My question made her straighten up a bit, though. She tells me that she's not messing around. Her words were, "I saw him standing over us. I could see him, but I could also see through him." What would you call that? Based on her description, it sure sounded like a stereotypical ghost. "He walked through a wall, Alex. The man stood over us and then he walked right through that wall." She pointed towards Jordan's room, which was actually his brother's room. I realized that she's pretty upset, and instead of egging her on any further or making her feel worse, I tell her about a time that I had a dream where my mom walked through a wall. She also tried to cut my stomach open in that dream. It just felt like the right thing to relay, like it would somehow make her feel better about having a crazy dream. I was fully expecting her to just snap out of it, realize that it was a dream. Sure, maybe she would feel silly, but that's for sure what it was. My story did not soothe her mind. Instead, she got up and said to me, "I laid there listening to the footsteps before he appeared over us. Explain that. Also, you're missing the part about how I was actually awake." She then rushed into the bathroom. Looking back, I know how she felt now, me questioning her. But not at the time. At the time, I sat back down on the pull-out bed, and I just sort of looked around. Everything seemed normal. I could hear the portable house phone ring from inside the room that Jordan was in. I laid back down and I waited for my girlfriend to return. When she does, she's still not happy with me. But before I can pay her any attention, we hear something incredibly disheartening coming from Jordan's room. We both look at each other and head straight inside. He's crying. Not only had I never seen him cry before, I'd never seen or heard anyone cry quite like this before. It was painful to hear, even more painful to watch. It took literal minutes before he could actually tell us what was going on. And while I sat next to Jordan, my girlfriend walked across his room. I say walked, but it was more like a beeline for the dresser. Slowly, minutes passed, and Jordan spoke up, barely muffling out the words, "He's dead. He's fucking dead." I should have said something, but I guess I was waiting for him to say more. Maybe it should have clicked with me, but it just didn't. "Your brother? Is that who's in this picture? Is this your brother?" And almost insensitively, my girlfriend shoves a picture in Jordan's face, and he nods. "Is he in the military?" Apparently she didn't know. He continues crying but manages to let out that, yeah, he's in the army. Well, he was. He's dead now. We're all just sitting on the bed, Jordan looking down at the photo. My girlfriend and I are looking at each other. She shoots me a look as we comfort my friend. She was looking at me, and then the photo, and then towards the living room. Still not entirely understanding what's going on, she mouths to me, "That's the man I saw," and then looks back at the photo in Jordan's hands. Full body chills as I start putting together everything that's just happened. And in the same moment, Jordan hops up and says that he's got to get out of here. He's got to go see his dad. He's manic, understandable of course, but within moments, he's trying to leave the house, completely forgetting that we're snowed in. Frustrated, angry, and grieving. For the next couple of hours, we watch as Jordan empties the contents of every single bottle he can find. He's starting to lose it a little bit, pacing the apartment, crying on and off. My girlfriend exhales like she's been holding her breath for hours. She tells me that she's going to go talk to him, and she immediately walks into his room. She removes all the alcohol, or the bottles, and shuts the door. It's while sitting in the living room alone that I start to spook myself out a little bit. It's broad daylight, yet I feel like I'm sort of sitting in the dark. I'm directly in front of a space heater, yet I have chills. There's a strange sort of sadness that sinks in. I feel way more sad about this than even I think I should. I can't explain it, but I felt like I had somehow lost my life, or my own brother had died. I know it doesn't make any sense, but the feeling was that I was feeling something that wasn't entirely my own. It tripped me out. I don't know what exactly they talked about in there, but though the day carried on a bit somber, Jordan did seem to feel a bit better. There was still nowhere to go, and so we just had to kind of sit in it. Finally, we got some relief when the snowplows came early in the evening. Jordan would go off to see his dad, asking us to stay and sort of watch the place. I offered to drive my girlfriend home, but she told me she'd rather stay, saying that now that she knew who it was, who she saw, it wasn't so scary. If anything, like me, she just felt sad. So we just stayed there. Sad, but somehow it felt like the right thing to do. That night, nothing happened. At least, nothing I could see. Thinking back on the whole thing over the years, I think my ex was a medium and just didn't realize it at the time. Like a lot of things that year, our relationship ended. Not exactly amicably, otherwise I would probably try to track her down and see if she recalls this whole thing. But also to see if she is in fact a medium, and if she still sees, for lack of a better phrase, dead people. One of the last things my girlfriend says to me that night while we're falling asleep is along the lines of, "He's here." And at the time, I just really didn't like that. I didn't show it, but yeah, that made me a little uneasy. I'll save the other stories for another time. Thanks for reading. My buddies and I have a YouTube and TikTok where we go to places with urban legends, ghost stories, and we get wasted there on camera. We live in the Louisville area, so we recently hit a lot of major spots in the area and decided to finish it off with Iroquois Park. We'd known all of the stories. The headless woman who's supposed to appear on foggy nights, the serial killers who ended their victims' lives, etc. So, we pull up to the park late at night with our film and our lighting equipment. Keep in mind, we hadn't had a drop at this moment. We're walking on the closed road in the park, and right away, you can tell that the real danger in coming to this park at night is the pure isolation you have at the top of the hill. And while it's supposed to be a beautiful nighttime view, any Louisvillian will tell you not to go at night. We get to the top after walking about an hour, and it's apparent that my buddies are just as sketched out as I am, so we decide to do a full lap before we set up. We're about halfway through the lap, having heard the dogs barking. We saw the fog, and we even smelt burning wood, when we stumble upon a point with a large stone wall. In the dark, it looked to us like there was a figure sitting on the wall, swaying back and forth, but much taller than the average person. I immediately get freaked out and I say, on camera, I see somebody by the wall. We turn our lights off and we sit for a second, trying to work out the figure in the dark. I start to turn around thinking that it was a homeless person up to no good. But my friend on camera decides to approach it. By the time we get to the point of where it was sitting, there's nothing there. It scared the shit out of me. Not sure how scared my buddies were, because I couldn't see their faces in the dark. Not sure what it was, but in that moment, it got our hearts pumping. This happened a few years ago. My mom had an ex-boyfriend who died in a motorcycle accident, and it happened to be the 20-year anniversary of his death. That night, I ran into the store to get a few things. My mom stayed out in the car and waited for me. My mom used to work at the store, and I grew up going there, so it's safe to say that we knew almost everyone there. So it wasn't a surprise that when I came out, I saw a guy sitting in the passenger seat next to my mom. I just thought that it was one of the guys who worked there. I walked up to the car and I bent down to look through the window to see who it was that my mom was talking to, but no one was there. Within less than a minute, it took me to walk to the car. No one was in there except my mom. So I get in, sit down, and I feel ice-cold air go right through me. So I turned to my mom and I asked her 2 questions. 1, had you been talking to one of the guys from the store just a minute ago? She gave me a weird look and said no. Question number 2, did you have the AC on in the car? Her response, no. And I left it at that. I didn't say a word to her about what I saw until a couple of months later. As soon as I told her, she went and pulled out her old high school yearbook and opened it to a page, and I pointed at a picture. And I told her, that's who I saw sitting next to you. She looked at the picture and said, yep, that's him. I went on telling her that he looked kind of grumpy. She explained that he always did. It was just the way that he was. Without ever meeting this guy, I never saw his picture before. I didn't even know his real name, only a nickname. I was able to point out her dead ex-boyfriend in her yearbook. I have no doubt in my mind that it was him sitting next to her that night. was 6 or 7 years old, I experienced something that I've never really been able to explain, at least not logically. When my mom was still alive, she used to say that I must have seen a ghost. Yeah, maybe, but it was more than that too. I'd been sitting outside near the chain link fence, just past the playset at my after-school daycare. I don't know what I was thinking about. Probably my last truly innocent, childlike thought. But my real memory, it starts when I'm suddenly drawn to a girl who was standing in the middle of the road. She seemed to appear out of nowhere. She was around my age, maybe younger, just standing there, facing the playground, facing me. No parents around. She looked like she'd been hurt. She looked odd. It wasn't like I could see blood. The color of whatever covered her was muted, like the rest of her, almost like the color of dirt. And her skin, it was gray. At the time, I'd never seen what a dead person or a ghost was supposed to look like. But when I was about 10 or 11, I accidentally saw a movie called Night Watch. The deceased in that movie, the grayish, greenish tone, that's what this girl had. I instantly thought of that girl when I saw it, like I do most times that death comes up, or ghosts, or a lot of things, really. Anyway, I watched as the little girl suddenly disappeared. I looked for her, getting up from the ground and walking closer to the fence. Looking right and left, I saw no one. And then I felt something push past me. It sort of knocks me over, but I brace myself with my hands, and I end up rocking myself back into a seated position. I look, and just past me is the same little girl. She came from inside the playground, but she looks different, still muted, but not hurt. She's chasing after something. She's chasing whatever it is right into the middle of the road, where I'd originally seen her. I turn and look at everybody else outside. No one seems to notice. And suddenly, I hear so much noise behind me, but I'm too afraid to turn back and look. I hear a sound I can't describe, and tires screeching on the road, screaming, coming from children, adults, but I can't see any of them. My ears are just filled with this noise, and when I look towards the road, I don't see any cars or people. I just see the little girl. She's hurt again. More noise added to the background. Sirens, crowds. It's deafening. A few moments after I made eye contact with the little girl, I start to feel really sick, and I guess scared. I was filled with this sort of icy cold, hot feeling. It's reminiscent from when I had the flu and my fever was all over the place. I maintained eye contact with the girl, even throughout feeling so ill. I was already sitting on the ground, but I then felt myself begin to lay on the ground, as did the girl. I felt the wood chips scratch my face as I sort of fell into them. Before I knew it, I was closing my eyes. I felt so relaxed, but I remember also thinking, I can't possibly sleep right now. I'm not tired. For several moments, it feels like magnets are keeping my eyes closed. I can't open them to see if the girl is still there. Yet, through my closed eyes, I can feel her. I also felt my body run entirely cold. It was like I was dipped into ice, but it didn't cause my body to move as I'd expect. Instead, I was just lying there with my eyes closed. And though I was relaxed, I tried to call out, to make some sort of noise. Someone has to see that I'm laying down. A teacher, a friend, someone. The noise filling my ears became muted, like the colors of the girl, They were still there, but quieter, as though someone was turning down the volume on a movie or radio. Suddenly, I let myself fall asleep, if you will, and the noise, it just trailed off entirely until it was silent. It's as though I don't care or I don't remember what's happened. It's hard to say which it was or even what happened next. I do know that I hadn't really been asleep. I could hear my surroundings change. The sound of my real surroundings began to fill my ears. A lady I didn't recognize was standing over me, asking if I was okay, grabbing my hands and attempting to lift me up. I was so confused. I kept looking in the street for this girl, for the scene. I told the lady what I had seen, trying to get it all out like it was a dream I may forget. Except I didn't forget. Not that day, not that year, not so many years later. I've never forgotten this experience. The older I've gotten, the wilder this whole thing feels. The lady didn't dismiss me, though. She gave me a snack and asked me what the girl looked like, her hair, her clothes. So I told her all the details I could remember. Brown hair, black pants with some sort of stripe, a gray sweater or jacket. She wrote it all down. I remember thinking she was going to show my mom. Part of me was wondering if I was in trouble, and the other part of me was wondering, had this lady seen the little girl too? What's sort of strange is that the lady never did tell my mom. I can't tell you how nervous I was. I had this feeling that what I saw was unbelievable. I just also knew it was 100% something that had really happened. I wasn't making it up. I just never wanted my mom to be mad at me, which is so funny because she truly never was mad at me for much of anything. Anyway, I waited for my mom to ask me about it, but when she never did ask, and instead asked me what was wrong, I ended up telling her on the way home that day, and several days moving forward in life. The first time, she was sort of shocked at what I was telling her, but she didn't seem scared or anything. And most important, she was sure that I wasn't crazy. She was sure that I wasn't lying. I was filled with relief. I'd let myself breathe again. And then I just let her try to make me feel better. I let her tell me all of her thoughts. And those thoughts, they remained the same for the most part. Her opinion and thoughts about the whole thing. Her whole life, she remained pretty firm that I'd seen a ghost. The daycare, it doesn't exist anymore. That entire street and half-mile radius is filled with various shopping malls. Nothing has ever come up on Google, and I can't find anything about a girl losing her life like that, 1988 or before. When I was a little older, my mom added to her theory, saying that she thought I'd seen the ghost of someone who'd lost their life, most likely at that daycare, most likely before there was a fence. She used to say that some people have gifts, that I could be one of those people. I never understood that as a child, as a teen. It never felt like a gift, more like a curse. However, as an adult, my real experience and my mom's confidence in what it was has left me with a sense of peace instead of angst. I only wish I could really know her name, because is it strange that I feel her name was Sarah? I mean, I know it's Sarah, but Sarah who? Either way, I hope she's at peace. When I was around 11 years old, my parents got a divorce, and that meant selling our house. I had the choice to stay with my mom or my dad, which, by the way, it's a really shitty choice to give a kid, but it's fine. Long story short, I chose my dad because I didn't want him to live alone. I knew my mom would be fine. Plus, my mom would probably just end up picking me up a lot of the time anyway, so it felt like the better of the shitty choices. So my dad ends up moving into a mobile home park, somewhere further than my mom, just outside of Fresno, in a little place called Clovis. The mobile home is nicer than I expected to be. Right away, I could see that I had my own room. I wasn't sure my dad was going to even think about that sort of thing in his mad dash to find a place. You could tell that old people used to live here. The coloring on the walls, blush tones, floral print, thick shag-like brown carpet. That weird old wood paneling covered the walls in all the places that weren't covered in wallpaper. The only place I'd seen anything quite like it was my granny's house, and she was old, so old people. I set up my bed and decided to go cruise the little neighborhood, see what the deal was as far as other kids go. I noticed almost immediately that it wasn't just my dad's house that was old school. Every single one of his neighbors, they had to be in their 60s or 70s. I get to the end of the loop, pretty quickly learning that there's just one exit in and out of this place, which seems like some sort of hazard or something. I turn my bike around, and standing in front of me is a super old woman, wearing nothing but a nightgown, a filthy one at that. She scares the crap out of me, and I jump back a bit. She takes a step towards me, and before it registers, she disappears. I don't know if I blinked or what, but this woman just vanished. I power biked it home to my dad's, and I ran inside. He's telling me to stop slamming doors, something about taking off my shoes. Like, what? He's not even a shoes in the house kind of guy. But I comply, while not taking my eyes off the window to the outside. I tell my dad straight up, some old lady really just disappeared in front of me. It sounds insane leaving my lips, and my dad laughs. While walking into the other room, he says over his shoulder, "Yeah, everyone here is pretty old. Old is scary, huh?" He keeps laughing, even after leaving the room. Judging by how dismissive my dad was, not worried. I decide, okay, so I definitely didn't see that. Like, I made it up, and that's crazy, but maybe that's something that happens sometimes. The sun was going down. I would have told myself anything to believe that a scary old woman didn't disappear in front of my eyes. And of course, something happens as I'm getting ready for bed, and of course, it's terrifying. While my dad and I are watching TV, I keep feeling as though something is moving around in my room or watching me. Like the light from the outside was shining through the bedroom window, and I could see the light through the side crack in the door. But every couple of minutes, something would block that crack of light, as if someone was standing behind the door. Without much thought, I start to head towards my room to see what this trick of the light was. I go to open my door all the way, and it stops, like something really is behind it. I turn to look, and as I do, I see something standing before quickly disappearing, causing me to sort of fall into the door and down a bit. There was no longer something behind the door. My dad asks me, what is it with me and doors, and telling me to leave it alone. So I just decide to close the bedroom door and keep watching TV. I want to ignore this, but I can't, because now I can see the light being blocked from underneath the door. Again, as though someone is standing on the other side of it. I tap my dad and I ask him, doesn't it look like someone standing in my room? And I pointed to the door, saying, look at the light. He's watching, but nothing happens. I tell him to wait because it will, so he does. It's still not happening, but of course, right when he looks away, it happens. Someone moving on the other side of the door. I tap my dad, and as I do, my bedroom door handle moves slightly, the way that it would if you were opening it from the other side, followed by it immediately opening very slowly until it was fully open. A huge piece of me wants something more to happen so my dad can witness it with me. And like it could read my mind, the door starts to close, ever so slowly. I grasp my dad's arm and I ask him what the hell that is. And he sort of lets out a sigh, or a gruff, saying, well, obviously you falling and hanging on the doors isn't good for them. Guess you get to have the wonky door in the house. Sorry, kid. Was this man serious? Not even remotely rattled at a door opening and closing by itself? I tell my dad I'm not sleeping in that room, and he tells me like hell I'm not. He didn't splurge on 2 bedrooms just so I could sleep in the living room. So that plan goes out the window. Bedtime. I remember that night I prayed. It makes me chuckle because I wasn't like a religious kid. Sometimes my granny would make me go on an occasional Sunday, but that was it. However, when you're desperate, God seems like about the only option. I was asking for kid shit like, please don't let any old ladies in my room. Please let me have cool dreams. Stuff like that. Going to bed, I kept my window shades open and my door cracked so that I could have some light. I actually fell asleep pretty easily, but then I woke up. At first, I just laid there, wondering why I felt weird. And then I realized that the room was pitch black. The curtains were closed, my door was closed, but also someone was with me. At first, I just felt their presence, but then the feeling of someone climbing into bed with me, the covers being moved, the bed indenting slightly, and a horrible sound. It was like someone struggling to breathe through mud. I still hear it in my head sometimes. I have nothing to relate it to outside of this experience, but I just laid there, keeping my eyes shut tightly. I knew I wasn't paralyzed, but I was still afraid to move, so I screamed. It was the loudest scream I think I've produced, but oh, did it work to get my dad's attention. He comes crashing into my room, and to my horror, he shouts, "Who the fuck?" Before quickly turning on the light. I hop out of bed and over to my dad. He's still in some sort of state of shock because he doesn't immediately embrace me. It's only after I say dad over and over again through crying that he looks down and proceeds to pick me up. He shuts my door and takes us both into his room, where we spend the rest of the night. It took me a while to fall asleep, but even when I did, my dad was still awake. I don't think he slept a wink that night. He never made me sleep in that room again. He actually made me stay with my mom while he looked for somewhere new to live. He never told me exactly what happened, what he saw, just that he didn't like that place. But you know I got the scoop from my mom when I was older. She couldn't wait to tell me because she loves that spirit stuff, ghosts and everything. My dad, he saw someone laying in my bed, but he saw someone standing over me too. But more, he saw them everywhere. Multiple shadows or figures standing in my room, most of them close to me. It was scary enough, all of it, but goddamn, I'm glad I never opened my eyes. Union Cemetery in Connecticut is known to be one of the most haunted in the country. You can research yourself, but there's a lot of people who have seen the White Lady there. My family, who lives near the cemetery, told me of the legend, saying that normally people will see green mist or sparkle, and then they'll usually see her from their car. Whenever I visit them, I pass the cemetery more than 5 times a day. It's definitely creepy looking. About 20 years ago, when my aunt and her family moved there, they all went and got ice cream one night. On the way home, they were all looking to see if they could spot the ghost. One of my younger cousins was acting very weird when they got home. He told his sister that he saw the woman, but they were just kids and she thought that he was just trying to scare her. That night, he woke up, screaming and crying. His mom and sister went to calm him down, but he didn't stop. Every night, he woke up crying and screaming, talking to someone, sleepwalking, all the stuff you could imagine. And whenever they tried to calm him down, he was totally unaware of anything that was happening around him, as if he was in another world. They'd shake him aggressively, and he wasn't responsive, ever. My aunt said that she took him to see a spiritual doctor, and it was the doctor who healed him. Nothing has happened to him since. Fun fact, Ed and Lorraine Warren, the one the Conjuring movies are based off of, lived less than 10 minutes from my family's house. I drove by it last year, and it was crazy to think that the Annabelle doll was in that house. Lorraine wanted to visit my cousin's high school because the catacombs were supposed to be haunted, but the school didn't let her. My husband and I bought our first home almost 2 years ago. It's near the local cemetery. I say near, but it's more like the cemetery is our backyard. There's several rows of trees and a tall wooden fence that separates us from the cemetery. This aspect has never bothered us. We actually like being able to access the cemetery. It offers a decent walking path, and for the most part, I've always found them rather peaceful. If it's important, this cemetery, our house, and a few other houses are spread out at the end of a long dirt road. Our house was absolutely off the grid, which we appreciated. The town itself is sort of small, with a heavy population sitting mainly together in the center. A few large farm properties before getting to the outskirts, the cemetery, the forest, our property, and more forest. My point being that there's just not a lot of people out here. One of my favorite things to do is to walk my bird around outside in the mornings. It sounds silly, but we're talking about an umbrella cockatoo, one of the largest and most affectionate birds around. My beautiful bird is Bono, and yes, Bono is still around. He will likely outlive me and my husband. But anyway, Bono normally asks me to go for the walk. Sort of how you would ask a dog to go for a walk. This is because shortly after I got Bono, I moved in with my husband, who was my then boyfriend. And shortly after that, he decided to adopt a dog, whom we named Snoopy. The two animals had coexisted for the first 4 years of Bono's life. The first phrase Bono ever learned was naturally the one that he'd heard the most. Or maybe he just was fond of Snoopy's reaction to the question, "Want to go for a walk?" Sadly, Snoopy passed away due to a form of terminal blood cancer. It was 4 years after we adopted him. I wouldn't say that Bono was totally depressed, but he certainly missed his pal. When my husband and I stopped asking to go for a walk, Bono started asking instead. It made me incredibly sad. However, one day he started adding, "Bono, go for a walk." And this made me laugh. I picked him up and I took him outside for a walk, and the rest is history. He doesn't fly, he just sits on my shoulder, walks around on my shoulders, that sort of thing. So our routine was to take a couple of laps around the walking path, and then I'd let Bono chat with me and maybe other birds while sitting on this really large stone bench. The bench has a perch that Bono likes to sit on. One morning, early into our move to the new place, my morning walk with Bono was a little different. We had been walking our second and last loop before sitting down. I felt like Bono was being extra fidgety, hopping from shoulder to shoulder a bit more frequently. And then he started making noises. I started to get nervous until I realized that the sounds were familiar. The noises that Bono was mimicking was a whistle. He just hadn't made them since Snoopy passed away. I felt a little less uneasy, but I was curious. Maybe there was a dog in the park. I hadn't seen anyone walking their dog, but maybe someone had a new morning routine. I turn around and we're alone. No people, no pets. Bono then starts to rock back and forth, excitedly. Another move that he would do when Snoopy was around. Suddenly, I felt something brush past my legs. It startled me so much that I jumped and likely made a noise. This caused Bono to laugh at me in his best bird laugh, and he immediately followed it up with, "Silly Snoopy." And I froze. Standing there, I listen as Bono repeats it over and over. "Silly Snoopy, silly Snoopy." I see nothing, no explanation for what has just brushed past me. Within a few steps, we make it to the stone bench. Bono proceeds to hop onto his perch, and he says things like, "Good Snoopy," and "Snoopy kisses," followed by kissy noises. While sitting and observing my bird, a sudden warmth is felt to my left, just below Bono's perch. I can't really explain why I did this, but I found myself moving my hand over to pet the warmth to my left. When I did, I felt nothing physically, but I swear my entire body was saying, "Snoopy." And then I felt the warmth sort of disappear. For about a half a second, I felt really silly. But almost immediately after the warmth had left my side, I hear, "Good Snoopy. Bye-bye, Snoopy." Turning to look at my bird, I see he's still excited, rocking back and forth. "Bye-bye, Snoopy." He stops with all the familiar noises shortly afterwards, and for a few minutes we just sit. I remember crying, but not because I was sad or anything. Honestly, I was sort of moved by the whole thing. What I find so special and so strange about this encounter is Bono had never made these noises or had these conversations, not on our walks through the same area, and he hasn't done it since. Shortly after, I recall asking Bono on one of our walks, "Snoopy?" And he actually responded to me, saying, "No, Snoopy, ha ha." And also, just to say it, before this, I had never experienced anything like it, and I haven't since. The feeling of a phantom dog or phantom anything brushing against me, the warmth, it all felt like it really meant something. Oddly enough, my husband had a dream about Snoopy that same morning. We just hadn't talked about it yet. He's not sure about the whole thing being paranormal or connected, but he agrees that it's definitely strange and cool. When Snoopy left to the puppy hospital that day, over a year ago, none of us knew that it would be the last time we saw him. But at least my husband and I got to say goodbye, you know? Part of me feels like this was actually Snoopy saying goodbye to Bono. So I don't know that we'll ever encounter him again, but I'm glad we all shared this moment. Hug your pets and have a blessed day. As a young man, I loved climbing mountains, and this is an amazing encounter that happened to me on one climbing expedition. We'd left a hut late one night. The intention was to summit a mountain in a single long push by climbing right through the night. It was bad weather in the middle of winter, and there was deep snow, and we were trying to find our way through a maze of crevasses on a glacier. I remember the howling wind and clouds moving rapidly through the sky as the bulk of the mountain loomed over us. There was a full moon which would hide behind the clouds before emerging again. I remember seeing a man moving up the slope below us. The first thing that struck me was he didn't have a headlamp on. I yelled over the wind at my climbing partner, "Let's go talk to this guy." "What guy?" "That guy." I pointed down at the figure moving towards us. "What guy?" At this point, I remember losing it. "That fucking guy, right there." And at that point, I looked down to see absolutely nothing. Thinking that he had fallen into a crevasse, we walked down, but we never found any tracks. In the years since, I've heard reports of similar encounters in the area. In fact, recently, the bones of a deceased climber from the 1970s were discovered melted out of the ice. And the news reports reminded me of my mysterious climber from that night. This happened when I was 10 years old. I don't remember when it was exactly, but I still clearly remember what happened back then. It was exactly 3 p.m. in the afternoon when I had last checked my clock. I was home alone almost every day because my school classes ended earlier than my siblings, and my parents, who both work, didn't get home until around 8 p.m. I was playing Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, on my laptop, and I clearly remember, suddenly, I got goosebumps all over my body, and I felt something go through my body from left to right. When I looked to my right side, where my bedroom door is, I saw a figure of a human. It was transparent, but I clearly see it as a human figure. I only see its outlines. As it walks away through the door, I suddenly shut off the laptop. When I left my bedroom, the thing was gone. I quickly ran off to my neighbors. This was the only paranormal thing that I've experienced. I hope it's the last. I'm 22 now, a science guy. But that thing that happened to me, it proved that not everything can be proven by science. At least not yet. I think humanity is closer to unlocking the secret of the universe, and that we'll be able to maybe make sense of all this paranormal stuff in our world. About a year ago, I was in my room doing pretty much nothing. All I remember was needing my mother for something. Instinctively, I went to go look for her. The house felt empty, but I still decided to find my mom. I checked every room that I thought that she might have been in, which was stupid of me by checking her room last. I opened the door to her room, and I saw her sleeping in her bed. I asked her if she was awake, because I wasn't the smartest child, and she responded, "I'm right here." After speaking to her about what I wanted her to help with, she didn't respond. I assumed that she'd fallen asleep again, so I left the room. 3 hours later, I heard the front door open. My mind thought it was my dad, since they both work at the same job and usually finish at the same time. But it was my mother. I felt confused, so I went to check her room. After finding nobody asleep, my mother asked me what was wrong. I shrugged it off and thought I was seeing things. But I swear, I saw someone, breathing. Someone was talking to me, responding. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure no one was home. So I don't normally hop on Reddit for any type of story I have, but this freaked me out. I was out walking my dog at about 2:30 p.m. sharp on Tuesday, and I walked past my neighbor's house, who's a good friend of mine. And I see a man standing inside. He's bald, about 6'1", chubby, has a suit with a hat on. Now, this is a female neighbor, and she lives alone. Now I'm thinking maybe she has company over and she's out doing something. Either way, I mind my own business and I keep walking. I stop at the stop sign down the street, let my dog use the bathroom. I got home, and oddly enough, I got a call from that neighbor. You can't make this shit up, I swear. And we spark up a normal conversation about how everything's going. And I mention, I saw a man in your house. I explained how he looked. Asked if she had company over. She stopped and paused for a few minutes. And then she said something. She said that about a month ago, her dad died, just before she moved near me. He was wearing the same outfit that I described, the same attributes. She got pretty emotional. But I was just so confused why I saw him in her window. It creeped me out. And now every time, if I walk past her house, I wonder if I'll ever see the figure again. I don't normally believe in ghosts, but this might have been proof for me. I've just moved back in with my dad in his new place about 2 weeks ago. They haven't had any experiences in the house as far as I know, and I'm not a believer in ghosts at all. Our stairs, they have this half wall that you can see over if somebody is walking up or down them. I was walking towards the stairs, about to go draw up in my room, when I saw the top of a girl's head with blonde hair run down the stairs, stare straight into my eyes. I stared back for a bit, and she ducked her head behind the stair wall, playfully. I thought it was my little stepsister. She's blonde and 7 years old. I went to go ask why she was still up on a school night so late, and there was no one there. So, I, being a non-ghost believer but kind of excited, was like, wow, that was really cool. I'm going to hang out downstairs in the living room instead and see how it goes. This is cool. I sat down on my phone, just relaxing, and I heard the chair to my left start rocking. So I looked at it, and I saw it stop rocking. So I looked forward and kept the chair in my peripheral vision. I saw and heard it rocking, but when I looked back at it, suddenly it stopped. And no matter what, if I looked at it for 2 seconds to 30 seconds, it would not start moving again until I wasn't staring. I'm still not a believer in ghosts at this point, but on the fence. And I'm like, wow, do I have a cute-ass child ghost pranking and playing with me? Instead of being scared, I found it very cool and kind of cute. A bit later, it finally stops and I go to the bathroom. I open up the door to walk out, and I notice that I've got a pimple on my chin. So, I'm up in the mirror, lights on, the door's open, checking it out. And in the corner of my eye, I see the same little girl, but with pure white eyes this time. She's fixated on my eyes through the mirror, smiling, clinging onto the side of the door frame. We made eye contact for a second, and I looked away. Then I looked back at the mirror, and she was gone. Still, kind of playful, and to be honest, kind of fucking creepy this time. Especially because I don't believe in ghosts, but this was twice now, while sober and fully awake. I wasn't scaring myself into seeing stuff. This was a realistic human girl making eye contact with me. Plus the rocking chair, too coincidental. So I go up the stairs into my bed and I start texting my boyfriend about it. He doesn't believe in ghosts so much, but that spirits watch over us, give us signs. When telling him about it, saying I felt bad for leaving the playful, cute ghost, he freaked out, telling me that he thinks it's a demon, trying to pretend to be playful and cute, to lure me in. I don't believe in demons or ghosts, but whatever I saw was too real to me. And I'm scared shitless after this.